I walked in here, and there was a whole bunch of people in the gallery, and it's been a while since we had a whole bunch of people in the gallery. And I didn't tell Henry I had to stay for the whole meeting, but so I hope you don't have any plans. I'll call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock for Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. And I need, we have some changes to the agenda, so I'll let Ethan Gorner list those.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, we recommend that 8.4 budget timelines be removed, and then as well as the 12.3 Finance Church Refresher Workshop also be removed.
And 12.4 is actually council interface. I named it wrong, and that was. And 12.5, so 12.4 will be renamed. 12.5 is the same, but we're going to move them to the end of the closed agenda. And put 12.8 in where they are. So they'll be all renumbered. This will be, so we won't actually have a 12.8, we'll have a 12.7. All right, any questions, any other comments about the agenda? Who would like to make the motion to, yes?
And sorry, Your Worship, if I could. We also have an addition to the agenda, which we would ask to be added as 8.11, which I guess would be 8.10 because we're removing one, which is an athletic scholarship application, and it's printed in front of everybody.
Yeah. Okay, everybody captured those? So I'll have a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Councilor Beswick?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that we accept the agenda of June 25th, 2024 as amended.
All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Now, every year, this is the time we're all excited about, and if anybody went to grad, what an awesome event, and what dashing and beautiful graduates there were, and what great ceremonies. And we have the opportunity, and I'm going to say this before ours because I think it's worthy, that the community at the high school graduation, there was $36,000 raised for scholarships, and 11 grads received those scholarships. So that was really impressive, and a great group of grads presented. And tonight we get to award our newly increased Town of Disbury Scholarship Award in the amount of $2,000, which we're very excited about. So our recipient this year is Henry Bomarito Framarin, and Henry's been accepted into the University of British Columbia to pursue a master's degree in physics or education, and eventually a PhD in physics. And I didn't interview Henry, I read all the great letters about him, and that he wrote himself. So when reading Henry's application for the Town of Disbury Scholarship, one cannot help but be impressed with his commitment to his education, community service, and leadership. In grade 11, Henry achieved a 96% average with a 100% mark in physics. And I don't know, maybe when you come up, we'll ask you what your average is this year, if you would like to share it. Henry's achieved honor roll average throughout high school and has received numerous awards for his academic excellence and all of this while managing so much more. Let me list the other reasons why Henry is such an excellent and deserving recipient of the Town of Disbury Scholarship. A volunteer tutor at school, helping students succeed with academic struggles. And he's started a tutoring business that will also help him get through university. Also volunteer as a teaching assistant in grade 11 math. A trombone player with the gold standard winning Disbury High School band, the Symphonic Winds. Also part of the school drama program, again welcoming and encouraging new students in the program. Henry's curled at the local curling club since grade 2 and is a soccer player where in both sports he brings a positive and encouraging attitude. Henry's teachers say this about him. He's an incredible volunteer tutor, not only being valued by the students he helps, but by the teachers who are thankful for his willing assistance. He's hardworking, goal-oriented, and has an adept ability to problem solve. He brings just as much dedication to his pursuit of music as he does to his academics. He is a true ambassador of Disbury High School. His dedication to classmates and friends is solid. He is people-oriented, he's easygoing, and a team player who seeks excellence in whatever he does. He has a collaborative nature and positive attitude and possesses exceptional interpersonal skills. Henry, you give us the confidence that our world is in good hands with the graduates of today, as highlighted in the praise you received from your teachers, as well as in your acceptance to one of the top 40 research universities in the world to pursue your post-secondary education. Henry says his most important criterion in a career is improving the lives of others, and his passion has become to help and teach students. You are well on your way, Henry, and your passion is truly admirable. Council presents this award to a graduating grade 12 student who demonstrates a good attitude, who's involved in extracurricular activities, shows enthusiasm and initiative, has demonstrated involvement in voluntary community activities, and exhibits leadership qualities. And this year, Henry Bomarito Framarin is that grade 12 student. So you can make your way up here. On behalf of council, it is my pleasure to present you with the Town of Disbury Scholarship for 2024. We wish you all the very best in your future, and we congratulate you on being the recipient of the Town of Disbury 2024 Scholarship.
Now, where's mom's message?
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Cheers.
So, need a motion for that as well? It's on the agenda right there. Who'd like to make that? Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council congratulate Henry Balmudo Pramarin on being awarded the Town of Tisbury High School Scholarship at Wissam Well in his upcoming post-secondary education.
All right, call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Now we have, in February, the Mountain View Art Society received approval of a mural concept with detailed design drawings to a building in the downtown core. Members of the Mountain View Art Society are here tonight to give us an update regarding the mural and the changed location that we've all seen. But come on up to the speaker's desk there. This is Bev Woolens-Ward. And Bev herself is an amazing artist. She rescues kids for the mayor. I'm not touching them.
Honorable Mayor and Councilors, thank you for having me. We just wanted to do an information of the mural that was happening. It was planned to be at the top on the west side of the hotel, but we have moved it down onto the west wall of the Thai building, the restaurant. There were some problems up top that we couldn't really work around. So hopefully one day we'll do that one as well, but for now we're moving it down, and I don't know if anybody has seen it. We've started it, or Mike has started it. So yeah, that's about it. The completion will be, Mike Sidoric does is one of the artists at the Stampede. So he's flooded with stuff right now, but he has the week after the Stampede free. So that is when he's going to complete the mural. So.
That's great. Any questions? Thanks, Bev, for that.
Yeah.
Wildformart.com. Michael Sidoric, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wildform.
Go look at his art. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
To see that.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
All of a sudden it was there one day and he did it overnight.
He did it at midnight, was talking to the patrons. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. We primed it for him, and so he could get going on it, and that's what he does. Sometimes he's 2:30 in the morning painting, and he gets up and just, that's what he does. So, yeah.
He does it very well. Wow.
yeah.
Just looking at his website, it's pretty amazing too. So.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Art
Awesome.
Society for the role in this, and looking forward to the finished product.
Yeah, no, that would be great. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, if there's, for sure, when he's done, if, I don't know, we'll probably do something there for him, so,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
okay.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
very much. Appreciate your update. So now we need a motion to accept that. Councilor McCoy?
I'll move to accept the presentation of the Mountain View Art Society mural project as information.
All right, no further questions. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. I should note that Councillor Windsor and Deputy Mayor Engel have sent their regrets for tonight, so that's why the empty chairs there, and Councillor McCoy has her stuff spread all over.
He's glad.
And Councillor Bozak still has his little corner. Okay, we have the June 11th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes for adoption. Any comments or?
Sorry, Mayor, just a quick,
Oh.
we realize there's an additional item on the agenda we need to add, and we'd just like to ask for a motion to approve item Yeah, the new 12.
Okay, you're right. So what do we do about that now?
Just a motion would be fine too.
A motion to amend the amended minutes or agenda. Counselor McCoy, more, an M word.
It's all right, I'll answer to anything. I move that we amend the amended agenda to replace the former 12.3 with ICC update as 12.3.
All right. I'll call the motion on that. All in favor? That's carried. Too busy today. So now we can go ahead to the adoption of the minutes for June 11th, 2024, regular council meeting. Who'd like to do that? Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the June 11, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments or questions on the minutes? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have the minutes of the June 17th, 2024 special council meeting. Councilor Baswick?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move to adopt the June 17th, 2024 special council meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments, questions on those? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And now, we have a public hearing, so I'll recess from our regular council meeting at 6:17 p.m. and we'll move to the public hearing. The public hearing is called to order at 6:18 because we just lapsed 15 seconds there, and that's how fast a minute goes by. And the purpose of the meeting is one public hearing to consider a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2019-04 for administrative updates. The bylaw was given first reading on May 28th, 2024. And there's an overview that I'll just read. The main point is the chair of the public hearing has the right to limit the time taken by a person to 5 minutes, after which council may wish to ask questions to the person. All questions must be channeled through the chair of the hearing. So, in the agenda of a format of public hearings, I'll ask up administration, Tracy Connolly, I believe, Leanne Gaudette's going to be doing that. Great. And Leanne will introduce and provide an overview of the proposal as it relates to policies and regulations, and it will include an overview of feedback received regarding the amendment. And the applicant is the town, so we'll just, that'll be the only applicant here. And council and the gallery are given opportunities to ask questions. So I'll give the cues when council and the gallery can ask questions. So having said that, I will ask Leanne to come to the speakers table and provide the presentation on the proposal to amend land use bylaw 2019-01.
Thank you, through the chair. Administration has continually received inquiries about certain uses allowable in the R5 district. To explain how these requests come up, when someone wants to discuss a proposed development idea, I will schedule a pre-application meeting with them to review their proposal and see if the proposal aligns with our land use bylaw and the uses listed in that specific district. We would not have an actual development permit application at this point. We are just in the very preliminary discussions of a proposed development and try to make it work for the landowner. If the use is not included in that district, our planning and development team would meet to decide if we think it would be a benefit to add such a use to that district. In this case, administration feels the addition of group use facility and secondary suite internal would benefit benefit future development within the town. These requests have come up on more than one occasion, and administration feels that these amendments would benefit developments at this time instead of waiting for a full land use bylaw down the road. The benefit of a group use facility is to have a central gathering spot within a developed community. The facility could be used to share meals with neighbors, watch a game together, or have group activities such as game night or craft nights. By adding the use of secondary suite internal, it fits with the general purpose of the R5 district, which is to provide for the development of moderate to high density, multiple unit dwellings, which are connected to municipal sewer and water systems. Administration has also recognized that several development permit and compliance reviews are just under the required setback allowances for approval. In order to speed up the approval process for both permitted use applications and compliance reviews, administration recommends that the Development Authority be able to provide a variance of up to 10% for permitted use applications and compliance reviews. This 10% variance by the Development Authority was included in the 4 previous land use bylaws. However, it was missed being carried over to the current land use bylaw 2019-04. Notice of this public hearing with proposed amendments was advertised in the local paper on June 4th, 11th, and 19th, and posted on our website from June 4th to June 25th, with a comment deadline of June 20th. Administration did not receive any comments or concerns related to the proposed amendments. Administration recommends that the Land Use Bylaw 2019-04 be amended to add a definition for group use facility, add group use facility as a permitted use to the R5 district, add secondary suite internal as a discretionary use to the R5 district, remove the sentence secondary suites are not permitted in row houses from the dwelling row house definition, remove the sentence secondary suites are not permitted in townhouses from the dwelling townhouse definition, add row house and townhouse to section 3-12 secondary suite internal, item E, and add under section 2-25 under a permitted use item C, may provide a variance of up to 10% at their sole discretion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Council, Councilor Basler, do you have questions?
Just one, and I thank you, Mayor. So does this mean that secondary suites are effectively legal anywhere?
Through the chair, so in the R2 district, secondary suites are currently allowable there. In the R5 district, we're asking that they're only going to be allowable under the row houses and the townhouses, not the other stacked townhouses.
Mr. McCoy?
Yeah, are some of these changes to accommodate the MPC decision made on June 11th regarding the Grassy Lumber project in Ohio?
Through the chair, no, that is the R2 district, and you can already have secondary suites in the R2 district as a discretionary use. That permit was applied for and posted on our website, and there are no secondary suites in that development. If they come back at a further time, they can, just like anybody else in the R2 district, but no, it has nothing to do with that development.
And just further to that, at first glance, it appears that grass should not have been given approval based on the land use bylaw, the current land use bylaw. And the
Point of order,
amendments-
though, Councilor McCoy, that doesn't have anything to do with this change. This, what does that? And what, how would you relate it to, so it's already a past item, so.
They need the 10% to make that motion on June 11th. Okay. I don't think it should be be retroactive, I think. Even if we make this change, which I think is a good change, I think that MPC needs to revoke based on the current land use bylaw.
And I think that's another issue. Like, whatever your points are, that maybe Councillor McQuay put that on our next agenda. Because I think it is a different issue, and if you'd like it addressed, this won't change any decision of the MPC, but you could bring that back as an agenda item if you'd like for discussion.
I can't support the current motion that's on based on that.
Okay. Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. Is this similar to what other towns are doing?
Through the chair, which part?
The secondary suites. Or other towns adding secondary suites to row houses and townhouses?
Through the chair, I'm not sure. The reason we felt should be included is it's the high-density district, and out of all the districts, that would seem most fitting because of the multiple dwellings, and it is high density.
Thank you. Through the chair. I am wondering about in F, just the wording, because this is bylaw, and I think that this point the wording probably is important. It's when it says suite shall be located only in single detached, semi-detached, row house and townhouse. It seems awkward, like it might need buildings at the end. Because I'm not sure either if there should be a comma after semi-detached. Just wondering about the meaning there. Are you saying row house or townhouse, or is it row house or townhouse buildings? And FCM would be very happy with the higher density.
Through the chair, so currently it says secondary suites internal. Suites shall be located only in single or semi-detached housing. So we would like to add so that it reads, suites shall be located only in single or semi-detached, row houses and townhouses.
Yes, that adding yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
You just changed that, or that's what you had? You may have something different? I'm sorry, I missed. So you just reworded that? Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Does there have to be, when the motions come, it would have to be as amended?
On the second reading, yes.
Yes. Well, we gave first reading already. I just have questions about the 10%. I'd like to understand it better, how, like, providing variances is generally a group effort in providing that variance, and I guess I'd like to understand. I don't know that it was missed when we did the land use bylaw update, because some of us were part of that, or it was taken out intentionally, so I would like to understand that better. And I'd also like to understand how many other municipalities give up that 10% to administration. So for that reason, I wouldn't support this either until I'm more clear on that and understanding that, what that means, because when council gives up what they're generally used to doing, I'd like to have a good reason and good solid background on that. Why we would give up that opportunity or that authority to provide the variance, which is what councils do generally. So, Ethan?
Yeah, I can speak to that a bit. Often, it is a common thing to put in a land use bylaw, because normally a variance to a measurement, it makes it discretionary, it would come to the municipal planning commission, and they would have jurisdiction in approving those variances. But often, for the minuscule ones, so 10%, so for instance, if there's like a five-foot setback requirement on the side yard, then administration would have the power to approve a 0.5-foot setback for a little tiny. So the thinking usually is that the tiny ones, not to cause an MPC process just for the tiny ones, whereas the normal variances more than 10% then come to the planning commission for approval. And so again, a 25-foot front yard setback, administration, if it is a valid ask, could approve 2.5 feet variance.
Yeah.
So,
But thanks for that correction, yes, MPC does this on variances.
So that, but again, that's at the discretion of council. It's intended to provide a smoother way for the tiny little.
Yeah, and maybe you could manage a tiny little variance, 10%, but I think up to a certain amount then should be included in that. 10% up to a certain setback, like if it's all of a sudden 15 feet. Like, I don't know those certain situations, but do we put in a maximum amount that
Well, and what that's intended to is 10% of whatever regulation it is. So it's not just a 10% mean, so on any of the measurements, so front yard setback, a side yard setback, 25 feet in the front, 5 feet in the side. All the zoning has amounts that you have to have a minimum setback, you know, your house has to be within a certain amount. And so the 10% is of that, so it would never be, because I can't even think of a setback that would be 150.
No, I mean, that's
And so that's why these tend to be very small, because they're on specific measurements that already are kind of between 5 feet and 25 feet. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
But does it make sense then to have a maximum approval? Well, to me, it makes sense, and I say to council that maybe because we had one small amendment, maybe that small amendment may provide a variance of up to 10% to a maximum of 5 feet at their sole discretion, and I would ask that to be considered, because to me, it would be a safe authorization at that point. I'm not saying it's not safe, but people are very selective about their lands and setbacks and variances and stuff these days, and we see it all over the place. So if we were aware of that being a maximum, I could support it, but I can't just carte blanche at 10%. But Councilor McCoy, do you have a question?
And I'll answer to that.
Well, I had it answered.
No, I'm sorry, no, I'm saying to my name. They call me Councilor McCoy. But what I was going to mention, and I wasn't on council at the time, but when they changed from feet to metric, it made everyone that had built with the 14-foot setback non-compliant. So one of the things they're talking about is for compliance. It's not going to be the exact right amount of meters if the houses were built when we were measuring in feet. And so we had just thought everybody that built in a certain area was non-compliant under the new metric measurements.
I don't see how that's relative to.
Well, it is because they talked about compliance, and that's necessary. If somebody's looking for a compliance certificate,
Well,
it's not compliant without that variance.
but Ethan answered my question, so I was asking if you had a question. So I had an answer, and I still would like to have that considered to be to a maximum amount, and I just have one vote, so I would support the rest, but are there any other questions the second time around? Can you give an example? So you said there's lots of inquiries for this group use facility, so would that be in a house or is it in like what kind of inquiry and what kind of building are we talking about?
So through the chair, typically like you could call it a clubhouse. So you have like in the R5 district, if you had a multi-unit or an apartment building or something, and then there's a clubhouse gathering place. So those who live in that area have use of that clubhouse group facility type of thing. So they can host barbecues, they can all gather there as a community, that type of thing.
Who stops them right now? Like what would stop them right now?
Through the chair, there's no group use facility in the land use bylaw. So there's a recreation public is the closest thing, but depending which district it's listed in, to use that use.
Okay, maybe I'm not asking the right questions, but that's okay. I'm going to ask if anyone in the gallery has questions at this point. Go ahead. You come to the speaker's table. Well, I guess my biggest part of that is I don't know that council took that out on purpose or not. So that information is important too, and I know that we all sat at that table when we did the new land use bylaw update, so, and I'd just be interested in the recall of that, so. Do you have any information, were you there at that meeting? I can't remember the MPC at the time.
But I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't either.
What that part was.
Okay. No, that's okay.
Clarity on the
No,
variance.
Ethan answered that. That's okay. Thanks, so Shirley. And, okay, at this point then, does council have, gotta go back here. There's no other questions from the gallery? And any other questions from council? Any other information to provide, Leanne?
Through the chair, no, thank you.
Well, okay, then I will change my vote because I see a majority supporting it and I'm not gonna get my answers anyway, so the majority supported, so. Having said that, I'm gonna take the word of our CO that it's gonna be very minor variances. There will be no big lot of 150 feet to ask for a 15-foot variance. So, point of order, Councillor Baswick? Councillor Baswick, please. I was gonna call for the motion. And we are getting to the right page, so we have recommendations to give second and third reading, so you'll have to word that. I think Luana's wording it up on the screen, so you can read it off there, what it should say. Is that what you're doing?
Well, actually, no, there's no motion. It's in item 7.1.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're in the public hearing, so we don't need the motion. Yeah.
Close it.
See, that things like that get me out of sorts, so I apologize, everybody. So yes, at this point, I will adjourn the meeting at 6:40 PM, seeing no further questions or comments. And we'll resume the regular council meeting. And the CO report, item 6.1. Do you have anything to add, Ethan, to your report? Ethan? No? Okay. So you want to make a motion for this? Councilor McCoy?
May I ask a question?
Yeah?
Just, I didn't want to be too difficult, so I agree with the changes, but I would like to know what, if this waits until September 8.4 that was reviewed, I'm just wondering, is that's too close for it to happen in September? If we wait 2 more months and then we're discussing.
What are we referencing?
8.4.
We're on the CO report, item 6.1.
Well, I would like to know. If that's
Oh,
out of order.
Well, because we're in the CO report, that's why you're asking that question. Go ahead. I get it. I was lost there for a minute.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we're gonna be going over kind of the draft framework and timelines at the workshop in a couple weeks. And then we'll formalize that, but council will already have been aware of it, giving us feedback as to their input on that, and then we'll formalize it at the first agenda, at the first meeting after the summer break, at the end of August there, and so that will be okay. Because it will already have been, we'll be aware of it, and that still gives us sufficient time for everything.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
Well, you guys will be working diligently over
We'll see how the discussion goes at the workshop.
the summer. Great. Okay. So a motion to accept the CO report as information, Councilor Williams?
No, I have a question.
Oh,
CEO.
go ahead.
Sorry, I should have been clear. Just regarding 23rd Street, I've been getting some questions about that with the large potholes near the tracks. Is there any, like, I'm sure our administration is aware of this. Is there any, like, anything that will be happening in the short time for a short-term fix on it? I know we can't have a heavy repair on it, but I'm just wondering if there's any short-term fix.
And can I just add to that, because there's a big portion of that, and Craig can correct me if I'm wrong, that's CP Rail responsibility. And that seems to me where the biggest, I mean, I understand the road isn't good, but the biggest potholes and ruts are, Craig, can you answer to that? Ethan, that's okay? That they have so many meters that they deal with, CP Rail, and then do we need to send, like, we could certainly also write CP Rail and ask for some action and responses, if that's the case, so I'll.
Great answer.
Thank you for the questions. So I'll try and answer them sequentially. So yeah, we're aware, obviously. It's hard not to be aware of it. So what we've done, so right now we had a contractor come out and do work 2 consecutive years in a row. One was to harden and stabilize the base, and the second was to add asphalt an asphalt oil binder to new gravel. The combined efforts was anticipated to create a smooth, hard running surface that didn't create dust. What we've experienced this spring the road didn't react to the treatments as anticipated. So we've got soft ground, and the road is moving. So the heavy trucks are creating road ruts, tire ruts where the lanes of travel are, plus the road is actually creating sort of like a wave pattern to it in some spots, as well as the potholes at either end. So the potholes at either end are part of a warranty problem that we have, a warranty project we have with the contractor right now. Hardening process and the oil process didn't happen at the extremes to the degree that we were hoping that it would have been done. So they're going to come back and do some work on that. But the predominant problem with the segment of road is deeper than we're able to get with these superficial treatments. So the fact that the road didn't respond means there's a deeper problem that we won't get to with this kind of technology. So over the summer, they're going to come back in the next couple of weeks to do the end treatments near the CP rail tracks. And we're going to continue to work the surface in the middle, probably with a combination of graders and packers, following in sort of bi-weekly, I would guess at this point in time was what we're anticipating, to try and keep it in a travelable way. We'll see how it goes. This is uncharted territory for the department. We've never had this combination of surface treatments to work with as far as an operating thing goes, so we're going to do our best. As far as CP Rail's commitments, they do have like a 10-meter wide swath that they are technically responsible for. They have a lot of crossings. To get them to come and do work is challenging. It's usually much more efficient for us to be doing the work, get their permission to come in closer to their tracks and fix it right. And so I think short term, we're going to work with the contractor and our own forces to work on it. Medium term, we're going to be left with our own forces to work on it. Long term, I think we've got a problem at hand to solve. And I think we've got a plan in place for that. It'll just depend on how long it takes before we can get that done.
Good question. Thanks for that, Craig.
You're welcome.
That was a good update. I'm gonna probably ask for that update. You forward it to me and I can put it in my note. Or I could listen to the live stream. And thanks for the question too, Councilor Williams, because we all drive on that road. We all know. We do understand. There are solutions we hope are coming and the council has to work on as well. So any other questions or comments on the SAO report? Okay, thanks everybody for the information they provided. Always appreciate it. And make the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept the Chief Administrative Officer report for June 25th, 2024 as information.
Great. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. So we have item 7, bylaws and policies. Bylaw 2024-06, amending the land use bylaw. Would like to make, Councilor Bowser want to make that motion? You don't? Okay. Who would like to make these motions on second and third reading? Second reading first. Nobody? Okay.
I don't want to be.
Come and twist your arm if you want.
Well, I just feel like I shouldn't do so many in a row. I move, first of all, did the changes with adding the S's, is that already in there? We don't have to say it, do we? As amended? Okay. I move that council grant second reading of bylaw 2024-06, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, administrative updates as amended.
All right. Any comments? Councilor Moore? Further? Councilor Williams? Councilor McCoy? Councilor Baswick? All right, I'll call the vote on second reading bylaw 2024-06, amending land use bylaw 2019-04. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move to grant, that council grant third and final reading of bylaw 2024-06, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, administrative updates.
All right. Councillor McCoy?
I just have a question just left my head. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we have item 7.2. Bylaw 2024-07, Water Protection Bylaw. I believe this is Councillor Williams.
This is
Speak to
me,
this.
since Deputy Mayor Engel and Council Windsor are not here, I'm the one that will be speaking to the Policy and Governance Committee's motions. So first I'll make the motion to grant second reading to Water Protection Bylaw 2024-07. So we made some changes. One big one is we changed the title of the bylaw to water protection instead of water conservation. Then also in 4.4, we scratched out some words and we just replaced them to clean up. And then there was some numbering issues that we found too. There's 2 section 5s, then we crossed one out and made it all flat. If there's any questions from council? I did. I mean, the first one, I'll make the second one after.
I really appreciate all the changes, but in 4.4, I'm a little bit concerned because to me, a restriction is when you're just supposed to cut down on your water use. The idea that in the event of a restriction, the town may shut off the water service without prior notice to a customer, a group of customers, or a geographical area. I think that it made more sense to have it in an emergency. I can't imagine if you're just cutting down on water service, why you'd cut off somebody's service totally without prior notice. So I do have a concern about that. I would like to see it go back to an emergency. Or maybe have it like restriction level 4 or 6 or whatever the highest one is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can, and I don't know, maybe the administration has more to add. So that one we did juggle with quite a bit. We decided to take an emergency and add restrictions. Restrictions are like only used for extreme measures, right? It's not going to happen all the time, and the restriction will come down from like the government of Alberta that's saying that we are in a drought situation, something like that.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to also clarify, the reason the committee wanted to, again, this isn't just some little restriction that we decided, this is coming from bodies above the town to make a restriction, but they're not always in the case of an emergency. If an order comes down that there's a massive water shortage in the province and we need to do something, our part where we're just following the direction we're getting from above, it doesn't necessarily mean it's in the state of that it's in the case of an emergency. So that's why the word was taken out, because emergency kind of has different connotations, like a state and local emergency called by the, emergency management plan. That's a different thing, which you could hypothetically have a restriction coming down from the bodies above the town that with regards to water, and the water they're allowing us to use, which isn't necessarily in the case of a state and local emergency. Even though a small ELA emergency is probably what's going on.
I'm still wondering if we couldn't expand restriction to maybe restriction that requires, I think you said extreme measures. Because that would, I think, be a little bit reassuring that when they say you can't water your lawn on Fridays, that nobody's gonna come shut your water off. I'm just saying restriction is so general. Could we make it a little bit more specific?
Any other comments? Councilor Bassler?
Just one, I'm wondering if there was any, because of the controversy about the golf course water, is that referenced in here somehow? That, would this apply to their needs or usage?
This has, no, correlation on the use of water for the golf course. This is for like, if we do have an emergency, if there is a drought emergency, we have a bylaw in place that we can act upon.
Councilor McCoy, any comments?
Back to Councilor Moore's point, so are you asking for like a definition to be added to section 2?
I think it's easier to send it back to the committee. I'm fine with the motion. I think the committee always puts good thought into these, but
I'm totally good with,
unless you want an amendment to the motion, or
we can go forward with my motion, then we can make a separate motion to send it back to single business administration.
Ethan?
Thank you, Your Worship. If we could maybe put a little wording to help augment or mitigate that concern, that would probably be what we'd recommend, because we were hoping to get this bylaw in place before the summer break. And so maybe in the event of a serious restriction or an extreme restriction or something to show that it's not either, or a restriction in response to a serious
I'd rather put a definition in there of what restriction means,
just put a definition.
because, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't barter over it or anything, because I think it's fine the way it is, but I think it's easier to define restriction, but then again, that needs to go back to the committee. So, I don't know, like, unless you have a definition right now, Ethan, for
Well, and
restriction.
and later on in the bylaw, it does kind of give guidance what the restriction and what governs the restriction and how that comes about.
Yeah. The declaration of a water use restriction.
Yeah, it has to be made by council, it has to, and then a team responds to, for instance, the water commission telling us that.
Yeah.
So maybe it kind of all answers itself if you read the whole bylaw.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, you can just put it back to in the event of an emergency and or safe restriction.
Who would like first of all, who would like word changes for the friendly amendment? Councilor McCoy, do you want a word change?
I think without some kind of change, this sounds like we could just walk up and turn someone's water off for no reason at all.
Councilor Bassler?
I would go with word changes, yes. I agree with.
To what? What word change?
Event of an emergency and or say extreme restrictions.
Okay, so we have 3 that agree with the word change, and you'd have to have a friendly amendment. Mhm. We made the motion. Yeah, but we're reading it. It would have to have the amendment in this motion.
Then I'll amend it to approve second reading as amended.
So okay, and Luana captured the amendment up there? And that's the amendment you'd like to make, accept? Okay. All right, so I think that took long enough, and we'll grant second reading. And we'll call the vote. All in favor as amended? That's carried. You want to do the third?
I'll do the final, to grant third and final reading to water protection bylaw 2024-07.
All right, any final comments? I'm not going to go around the table. I'll call the vote. All in favor? It's carried. Okay, we have item 7.3, bylaw 2024-08, recreation rates and fees. Councillor Moore, will you be the chair of that?
Yes, I'm kidding.
Thank you. There are very minor changes here. The ones where you see percentages big, it's usually like $1 or $2 because it's such a small amount. And it's pretty hard not to have a 10% rate change then. So very small amounts. There are a couple of changes that Nicole is here. Perhaps if council would like to hear some of the things that are new. But I would make the motion to grant second reading to bylaw 2024-0-08 recreation rates and fees.
I'm not sure what you mean by new. We saw this June 11th,
Yes.
and there was changes since June 11th? No?
No, it's the same as June 11th.
So do you have anything supplementary that highlights this to add then? That Councillor Moore didn't reference?
No, everything's in the RFP.
Okay. All right. Any, Councillor Basel, any questions? Councillor McCoy? Councillor Williams?
Thank you, and through the chair to Council Moore, we addressed the mountain colts. That's a new rate. So could you just expand on that a little bit? Is that for like somebody renting it from them, or what is that?
Go ahead.
Mayor, would you mind if Nicole explained that? It
Sure.
is something that has changed a bit, but it is something that there's really good reasons for.
Okay.
And they keep it to themselves.
Ethan to Nicole?
Thank you. So yeah, within the proposed rates, you'll see a new rate that is just a minor rental fee for the Junior B dressing room. So the reason that this is being presented to council, that we're introduced to council, is so the Colts do have their own room that is not able to be utilized by other clubs at this time. They store a lot of their equipment and their sound equipment and stuff in there, and so, you know, of course they want to protect their investment that they have made. Additionally, with the modifications that and improvements that happened to the shower area of the dressing room, a washing machine was installed there, and so they're, you know, running the laundry through for the Colts jerseys and stuff like that. And so the $100 a month that's being proposed in the bylaw just is to help cover the costs of recovery of those utilities, as well as to cover the costs of essentially a dedicated space for the Colts to be able to use for years to come. And it's very much in line with how other arenas handle their higher level hockey clubs with rates. You'll see it with the Olds Grizzlies and other clubs of similar nature.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Or, I think I went through everybody. I don't have any questions. Did that answer yours? Do you have another one?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good answer, thank you. I was wondering if council would be in favor of a proposed rate of $50 a month, then we can look at doing 100. I think 100 right now is a bit steep, and this is a brand new rental rate for them, and that's an extra $1,200 that they will be on the books. So I was wondering if they would be okay with the proposed rate of 50.
Well, was that FPC? Councillor McCoy, would you be?
No, because it was explained to us that they've spoken with Mountain View Coast and that they're taking up, I don't know what the square footage is, but no one's allowed in there. So really, we could use those rooms for other purposes like midgets or other levels of hockey, and we can't. So I think it's fair, and I believe they thought it was fair too.
If I may, yeah, this isn't a surprise to the Colts. These are conversations that we've been having over the years, and it's, I think they expected it would have gone into place last season. However, because we weren't ready to bring the rest of the rates, I held off for the year, and so they're coming as part of the larger package now. So this isn't coming at them out of the blue by any means.
Okay, you made the motion. And I went through everybody. No further comments? I will call the vote on second reading to bylaw 2024-08, recreation rates and fees. All in favor? That's carried.
I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2024-08, recreation rates and fees.
Okay, I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.4, bylaw 2024-10, filming rates and fees. That'll be Councillor Moore again.
I'll make the motion first to grant, I move to grant second reading to bylaw 2024-10, filming rates and fees. And I do want to mention here that at the FPC, that administration was asked to double check with another site manager or whatever he's called, and they have no problem with these rates. You'll see that we are comparable with High River. We're not looking at places that are unlike us. So I believe that some of the comments were that they felt it was quite low even.
Questions, Councillor Williams? Councillor McCoy? Councillor Baswick? Okay, we'll call the vote then on second reading to bylaw 2024-10, filming rates and fees. All in favor? That's carried.
I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2024-10, filming rates and fees.
Okay. No other comments. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.5, COUN 01-24, council remuneration and professional development. This is Councillor Williams' committee, or?
Yes, this is
for
policy
PDC?
governance. So this is one that we've been, that's been on a docket, policy governance docket for a handful of months now, all spring that we've been doing with this. So since council has always indicated that we want to reduce red tape, we thought one way would be to rescind two policies and to make it into one policy. And this policy will provide clarification on what is allowed without a motion of council. As you can see in Appendix B, and there's a markup policy. So that being said, I will make these are three motions together. So I'll bear with me here. I move to approve Council 01-24 Council Remuneration and Professional Development Policy and to oh, the one at a time, okay. So then, yeah.
You spoke to that, so you're fine. Councillor Moore, any questions? Councillor Baswick? Councillor McCoy? Any questions? Okay, so we have the motion to approve COUN 01-24 as a new policy. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
And like I said earlier, to reduce red tape, the committee is asking to send COUN-04-24 council remuneration policy.
I'm sorry, I had one written down, and I didn't ask for it earlier. On 2.5, it says, in addition to the honorarium, council members will be compensated for attendance at council workshops, governance, and external committee meetings. Now, of course, we have some external committees that are not council committees. Although I think maybe I've answered my own question, council external committee meetings. Okay, because I was thinking that maybe it needed eligible there, but I just answered my own question, so I'm fine. Oh, and I'm sorry, one more, if you don't mind, 3.6. I'm not sure why the committee would have taken out that members of council would be responsible for reimbursing the town the registration fee for non-attendance unless due to extenuating circumstances, as approved by council. I came back from a long trip one time and I missed it, and I sure didn't mind paying council back for the workshop that I missed because my dates were all mixed up. Just wondering if council does want to take that out.
I thought, I read that it's still in there.
It's crossed out.
I know, but is it in another section? Yes, thought I read that. Which section?
The chair
Yeah.
and administration.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
That answers that. okay. So we're on the rescind COUN 04-24. Councilor Baswick, any questions? Councilor McCoy? I have none either. I like red tape, just so you know.
You can go against us.
I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
Last one, I move to rescind COUN 01-22 council professional development policy.
Okay, anything to add to that?
Before, like I said before, this is to cut red tape, and we took all the big stuff and we put it into one policy.
I'm gonna tell you why the red tape is becoming that thing like to be clear. Like when in COVID, when everybody say to be clear. So red tape kind of caught on the same way as that phrase. So, Councilor Moore, any questions? Councilor Baswick? Councilor McCoy? I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have item 7.6, COUN 04-24, Service Group Funding Policy.
Thank you, Mayor. So back in April, council referred the service group funding policy to the Policy and Governance Committee for review and recommendation. So this is another policy that we took our time with to discuss. We are recommending to have the per capita that is below, but also the policy does give flexibility to allow council to review the funding granted to the organizations annually, should be adjustment be needed or requested by one of the groups. So, the most important part, I move to approve COUN -004-24 service group funding policy.
Councilor McCoy, any questions, comments? Councilor Baswick? Councilor Moore? I like the flexibility in it. I think that's important. Yes, it doesn't tie anybody's hands, so I will support that as well. And I will call the vote to approve COUN 004-24. All in favor? That's carried. We have, oh, look at that, we're on to business. Item 8.1, Economic Development Project Plan and Phase 1 2024 projects. And would anybody like to speak to this? Oh, Alexis is here. Sorry. So we can have the motion, but then any questions Ethan will direct to. You don't have to, there might not be any, unless there's any highlights or supplementary information. We'll carry on. So who'd like to start with the motion? Here's the motion.
Page 65.
Oh. Okay. Councillor Williams, any questions?
No, sorry. A lot of my questions were answered at the workshop back in May.
Councillor Moore? Councillor Goswick? Councillor McCoy? I guess I have a question that I really tried to get to the workshop document to just review how this that was a 4 or 6 page document, I think, and is this the same thing we looked at in the workshop? I don't know who to ask, do I ask you? Well, we had the workshop and we did agree to this. I know by consensus, the 60K was, council supported it, who was ever in the workshop. And so how will this, it says it's really not just for 2024. So I remember one of my comments was that it was gonna get spent in 2024 because it's coming from reserves. So, and it's mentioned in 2025 and beyond in here, so that's what I just wondered about.
Yeah, and are you referring to the specifics, like the phase 1 projects here, or the project plan? Are you?
Yeah, like this, and I apologize because I pulled out I pulled it up and then my day and weekend got away. But is it matching what that workshop encompassed?
No,
For the
there's
majority?
more. There's more that was done at the workshop.
Okay.
Like, this was just the first. This is
Okay.
the first few things that were ready to come forward in an RFP. So the whole thing wasn't ready to come forward yet. So
And will this, so there's no dollar amount on here? Like
not at this time. There was some more that we wanted to look into administration-wide to explore with regards to these projects. But I mean, the amounts are in the attached business case there, the 45,000. So the 45,000, the 10,000, and the 5,000. So that's the 60,000 that you're
Okay.
referring to.
Yes.
So that's the approximate amount of those. I mean,
So I guess my question is, this information is the same as what we received in shortstop?
Yeah, yes.
Shortstop in the workshop?
yeah, it's just the top ones.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was gonna look at, to make sure that I knew what I was talking about, and I didn't get to compare the workshop with this.
Yes. So this was.
It covers what the workshop covered.
Yeah.
Okay. But no amount in the motion,
Well,
or,
unless,
Is it
I
just-
mean, so here, I mean, you have the option, obviously, because there is money in the reserves. If you want to just move forward with those projects now, you could approve them and we could put the amount in the motion.
well, my recall, and I'll ask council too, my recall of the workshop was that we all heartily agreed with these. So I just wondered if council wants to transfer that 60,000 from the reserve like we indicated that we agreed to then, Or what is the alternative then? So can I ask, would you like to add the 60,000 in here to cover these items as we discussed in the workshop? Transfer from reserves to cover this, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise it's just a plan without funding, right?
Yes, we thought, well, maybe we could see if there's other ways to fund it, but if you want to get moving on these right now, there is money in the reserves. Obviously, we'll deplete those reserves, but that's, I mean, again, that's at council's discretion. If you want to move forward with these three, you could approve that 60,000 from the reserves and just give an approval to move forward with those projects.
Yeah. And the reason I missed the dollar value in the motions, and so my recall of the workshop was that we supported those items. And I just remember the conversation that I wanted to see it spent and not go back in reserves. So that's why I recalled that. So you weren't at the workshop, right?
No, I'm sorry I wasn't, but this is really important to me to have us move forward on our economic development plans and initiatives. So I would absolutely support it if the rest of council was happy with that. I would ask that the funds be put in with these motions. By the way, on the brownfield, they do have stakes and people working on there today. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That might be,
That
sorry,
is-
Your Worship, that might be unrelated because there is some.
Yeah, because we still haven't seen the
There
lease
is
and
something
stuff.
related to some underground infrastructure that's going on that might not be related to
And we'd need to see the lease before
Yeah,
they did anything.
and that's, we've got some legal things we're sorting out, so that's a separate thing.
I just always go up and ask them if I see them there. And then Suncor really gets annoyed at that. So,
So if that's the interest of council, I just recommend you can tweak the second motion, but I'd recommend the first and the third remain as recommended there.
okay, Councillor Baswick, would you support that? 60, the transfer from reserves?
You betcha.
Yes.
Councillor McCoy? And so, okay, so the first motion, we want to accept it or make as presented. So do you want to make that, Councillor Moore?
Sure. I move that council approve the project plan for economic development 2023 to 2025 and beyond as presented.
Okay, comments? Councillor McCoy?
I just have like one concern that I kind of learned at FCM, about the brownfield. Oh, we're back.
Presentation, so.
Yeah, I thought, but if there's a motion that's coming that addresses this. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Baswick? Did I ask you already if you had any comments? I'm asking you again. I think you must have something to say.
Oh, and I will. I'm ready for the other motions.
Okay, okay. Call the vote on approving the project plan, Rec Dev 2023 to 2025 and beyond. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. So the next motion would have to be that council approve.
I recommend that council approve the following projects. They're listed there, and then we just put the amounts with them, which is 45, 10, 5.
That will be covered with a transfer from reserves in the amount of $60,000. That,
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. One slight addition is just to name the specific reserve.
Yes.
there.
in my last recall, there was 127,000 in that reserve and we allocated 40, so there's still a little bit left. And it's just sitting there waiting for these big projects, so I think council. So did you get that? The council approve the augmented reality project, image and video library project, and business resource pamphlet project. And approve a transfer from what reserve? Makes sense. The Economic Development Reserve in the amount of $60,000. Who's making that? Councilor Williams?
Again, or?
Sure, have you got it changed up there? Oh, maybe you do.
I'm on the list.
But I don't know, can I ask through you, Ethan, am I out of line for the rec dev person, does she agree with this transfer, I guess? But we're sitting there talking like she's not in the room.
She'll be very happy.
She's in the room.
This just got better and
And
better.
I wanna know if she's
not
okay with this happening.
Let's get along with ourselves. Hang on.
Okay.
To approve the phase 1, 2024 economic development projects. Well, now she's changed it on me.
Sorry.
I move to approve the following phase 1, 2024 economic development projects. Augmented reality project, $45,000. Image and video library projects, $10,000. Business resource pamphlet project, $5,000. And approve the transfer from the economic development reserves in the amount of $60,000. I'm not rereading her
No, that's
I'm
good.
just fixing a font.
again.
I think that was good. Okay, any comments, Councillor Baswick? Councillor McCoy? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And, Councillor McCoy, do you want to make the third one here? Then you can speak to it first.
Because I would accept his information until I can explain why.
Oh. Well, I think we learned that we should make the motion as it stands, and if it's defeated, then we can make another motion, or we can have it amended with one amendment. So I'm gonna stick to that plan, and I'll have somebody else make it then.
I can make the motion that if it's okay.
Yeah, your name's in here a lot, I don't know.
I can make the motion, then if we're okay to you, I can give the floor to Councilor McCoy to have the first comment, because I'd like to hear
Yeah,
what she has to say.
mhm.
That's good. So I don't have the first comment. I move that administration further explore the potential utilization of the brownfield and engage with Suncor and legal about use agreements, funding, and feasibility.
Okay, I'll start with you, Councilor McCoy then.
Thank you, Councilor Williams, for allowing me to speak first. When I was at FCM, they talked about brownfields. I went to one of the sessions on brownfields, and I got thinking about, like, would I want my grandchildren hanging out by those big pipes that are coming out of the ground because it hasn't been reclaimed? And there's new laws that state that they must refurbish it. And that's a very busy street, and I'm not sure if it would be properly used, especially if people know that potentially the air might not be perfect quality. And what they recommended at FCM was that we talk to them about going over the whole thing, and I agree. I would want small children. I think if we do it and allow it to stay, potentially we'd have to check with administration, but I think potentially we could be liable for anything that happened from the air that's coming
see Alexis' hand up too, but whatever, like obviously go to you first and then you can decide on.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. This is to, all we're proposing at this point is to explore, and we're working with legal on this, there's a whole bunch of legal ramifications, we've had Sean involved in this, as well as engagement with Suncor about some of these things. So this isn't asking to approve it, this isn't asking to, ultimately, any decision to approve it will ultimately come back to council, as well as there's going to be a use agreement if council decides to go forward with this, that will come back for council's review and approval. So this is just to approve us looking into it, and then I'll defer to Alexa to add any other comments specific to what council.
John will tap his mic at you if you're not using the mic. Or sorry, Councillor Baswick.
Through the chair, just a quick comment on liability, because we cannot acquire that land that will stay in Suncor's ownership because of the liability. They will be liable for life on this, and there's no liability from our end if something were to happen.
Question, Councillor McCoy?
Just briefly, is it possible that if they reclaim the land, that it is sellable, or, you know, that it reduces the liability?
Well, like it's through the chair and I have to go to Ethan first and then he can defer to whoever. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So they already do, they did an environmental assessment, and of course they want that to be safe, a safe site for everybody. And they do some environmental mitigation. They also already mentioned that they will have to continue to check on the wells that are the underground infrastructure. And right now, at this point in time, what is suggested is something on the ground that is not affecting or disturbing the underground infrastructure, if you will. And further legalities are going through the CEO and the leadership at this point in time. So there's an agreement already provided.
For consideration.
Yes.
Okay.
For consideration.
Councillor, does that answer your questions, Councillor McCoy? Yes. Councillor Baswick?
Thank you, Mayor. The location and all the work that's gone into this by our EDO administration is admirable. The only problem I have is there might be a better location, because my sense is that if it is a contaminated site, you can't build on it, and anything you put on there, I'm understanding that it has to be portable. That could be a bothersome thing to town. Perhaps unless they could assure us that that is a safe site, it's just too up in the air whether it's going to be viable for usage by the public. If something happens and that thing starts vaporizing out all kinds of stuff, who knows? They've been looking at this thing for 20 years. You'd think it'd be done by now. But so perhaps, with all due respect to your efforts, and I love it, you've done a really good job and a lot of heavy lifting on this, but maybe we should be looking at a different location, because I agree with the potential of liability which could come down the line. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
I don't know that, I think you've answered those questions. Concerns, so it's just noted that there's concerns from Councillor Baswick. Councillor Moore?
I don't think we have those answers yet, but I think that the motion talks about potential utilization and engaging in legal and feasibility and funding is all still up in the air. So I'm interested to see what comes of it and what we learn later, so I would support it now.
Yeah, this is just to explore the control of the brownfield and engage with Suncor, so I have no issues with it.
So I'm thinking we have been engaging and exploring, but this is just making it formal. Like, this is a formal motion that we're doing this, because I know there's been some, we have discussed this, and so the formal motion is here just for formality sake.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, because we have reached a point where there is more work and time put into this, which unless council wants us to, we don't want to keep working on this. So this was also an opportunity for us to make sure that this is something council is still interested in. Because we've kind of previously just discussed it as a visioning type idea, so we just wanted to make sure that this was something that you are really interested in.
I wanted priority 2 after the reservoir. I think I said that earlier. So we have the motion to further explore. Any final comments? I will call the motion then. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. The 8.2 IT Support Service Award. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 you've made already. Go ahead.
Oh, you can?
Okay.
It's just difficult to make them when you don't want to support it yourself, right? To approve entering into a contract with Vincovi Technology Solutions for information technology support services.
Do you have any questions or comments on that? Councilor McCoy?
Why the change? Like I guess we already had a contract, right? Was he an employee? The current IT person.
Go ahead, Ethan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll defer to Amanda on that.
Yes, so we have a current IT contractor and we're coming to the end of a contract with that individual. And so just with the requirements of our procurement policy, we use an RFP to go out to market to find it helps kind of ensure that we're paying appropriate costs for that service.
And that's all my questions.
Councilor Bazark?
Thank you. So we're gonna enter into a contract, or we're searching for potential contractors?
The motion is to enter into a contract with Vincovi Technology Solutions. So we would be entering into a contract.
Again, Mayor, I guess what I'm looking at is that the wording says they're trying to find a contractor, but here it says they've already picked a contractor. So are you still looking, or you picked one, I guess is the question.
Okay. Ethan, do you want to defer that again?
Through the chair. So the process that we went through was we posted our RFP, which was our search for a contractor, and we're providing you with some of the analysis that was done, and we're just recommending now a contractor. It's ultimately council's decision on awarding that contract. Does that answer your question?
In part, so the value of that particular individual or company's contract is what? Higher or lower than what we have now?
It's within this. It's not an apples to apples comparison. Because the current contractor, we were paying just for their service time, and then the cybersecurity was additional. But we budget about 60,000 for the IT support service currently, plus an additional 20,000 for cybersecurity solutions. And going forward, if you were to choose Vincovi, the annual price would be about $70,000. It'll be a little bit lower based on all that information that we know.
So I'm just gonna ask, or sorry, Councillor Moore, you have a question? Councillor Williams? Do we generally put the amount of approval in here, like their bid?
In the motion,
Yeah,
well,
or would it be hard in this case?
we would move forward and still negotiate the final value with them, so I didn't wanna, it will still be within their budget, ultimately.
All right, so we have a motion. Councillor Beswick?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve entering into a contract with Vincovi Technology Solutions for information technology support services.
Okay, and I apologize, because I probably wasn't speaking into the mic when I said we have a motion, but thanks for that. Councillor McCoy did make that, and I wasn't speaking into my mic, so I apologize to you that my words weren't clear. But I will appreciate that we can get some people to make motions on some items, but then we have lots that want them. I appreciate that. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have the 8.3 energy rates. Councillor Moore?
I move that council approve renewing with Direct Energy for natural gas and electricity rates at $3.74 per gigajoule at plus or minus 5% and at 0.0745 cents at kilowatt hour plus or minus 5% respectively for a period of 36 months commencing at the termination of the town's current contracts.
Any comments? Councillor Williams? Councillor McCoy? Councillor Beswick?
I'm just concerned, not concerned, just wondering. I've never heard of that. You guys charge a rate and then it says plus or minus 5%. My gas bill doesn't go that way, unless this is a commercial rate of some kind. Unless I'm all wet on this one.
Through the chair.
Or electrified or something?
So the final rate will be a fixed rate. I'm just asking for council to approve a rate plus or minus 5% because every day it'll change. So the most recent prices were from a week ago. And tomorrow morning, I'll get revised pricing, which may have gone down a little bit or may have gone up a little bit. And if they did go up a little bit, we'd probably wait to see if they go down before we lock in.
Okay, I'm impressed with that gas rate. Like. I'm always impressed with your questions. I can't say it every time. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve renewing as the motion was made. I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.4, proceeds from sale of 2500-15 Avenue. Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. This one was news to me that under MGA 675-3, on removal of the designation of the municipal reserve, the proceeds from the sale may only be used for the following purposes: public park, public recreation area, school board purposes, to separate areas of land that were used for different purposes. So under the act, the proceeds of the $315,000 from the 50 Club, we're recommending that they be transferred to the municipal reserve fund. And then the use of funds be referred to council's visioning session for the upcoming budget year. So I'll make the motion that council transfer the funds, the proceeds of $315,000 from the sale of 2500 15th Avenue to the municipal reserve fund.
And you said your part, so Councillor Williams, Councillor McCoy, Councillor Bazook. Okay, I will make the motion to transfer the proceeds to MR. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.6, growing, 8.5, Growing Canada's Community Canopies Grant. This is one of those unexpected ones, but worthy of conversation about the commitment to the budget. You want to make that, Councillor McCoy? Go ahead.
To provide a letter of support for the Growing Community Canopies grant application, describing the town's organizational commitment to and financial support for the tree removal and replacement project. I think it's a great idea. I wish we could put more trees in because it's a great way to deal with CO2.
Councillor Bazook? Any comments? I was gonna say how impressive your question was, but you haven't. Okay. Councillor Moore, Councillor Williams. Just an awareness, so we say that we could take it out of MR. Any other options when it comes to that time to know? Or this is the preferred? I'm sorry, Ethan, through Ethan. Preferred. So you're recommending MR, if that's the case, if we get the grant, then that would be what would come.
To the chair, we haven't had a great deal of time to kind of look or really consider where it would come from. We know that in lieu of MR money is a firm possibility, but there might be like grants that you can stack as well. We'd have to look into that. Like the CCBF, it would be grants that would be used for other road projects. Well, yeah.
Because it's, well, FCM, then we don't really have to say where our half's coming from.
No, according to the information that we've reviewed, we just need financial commitment before an agreement is signed. So I'm projecting that the timeline for like a budgetary item would come first before finding out about the grant. So we could line it up that way or bring this as a separate item to approve the funding.
Well, and with our budget discussions in the fall,
Yeah.
they won't answer by then anyway, probably. So we'll have some time.
Yeah.
But my other question is, thanks for the reminder, because the campground trees have been on our plan for a long time. So what's this, I might be off topic and I can ask it later, but because I'm glad to see that this grant could be used for that. And I don't recall the current funding for that project, how we were gonna do that. I didn't look back, but what is the current status? Or maybe we'll make this motion first and I'll come back to that because it's not relevant to me supporting this, it's just understanding where the project is. But I think I'll let you answer now, if Ethan is okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've been looking for solutions, as council's been aware, and we thought lilacs were gonna be a good solution, but when we go down and look at the actual length of the property that we're trying to reintroduce planting to, it is substantial, and it is not something that the parks budget can handle as it stands. And so, when this grant opportunity came forward, we thought that this would be a great addition to the project. And so really we're looking at the campground, replacing those trees that came out when the trunk line went in. What's complicated there, as council is aware, is that everything has to be hand planted and can't be a deep rooting tree. So we've been working with our local arborists in our town to look for potential solutions. And so we do have some solutions that would be eligible through this grant. And then the other portion of the grant, just since I'm telling you about the grant, is that we have a lot of green ash trees that are located along our heritage boulevards on kind of like 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd avenues, that we're seeing failure on many of these trees. They've just kind of come to the end of their life. And so we would like to be proactive in handling them in a way that is safe and also mindful that we want to put trees back in where we're taking trees out. And so the secondary part of this project would be to look at some significant removals in those areas, as well as some significant pruning of the trees that are still salvageable, and doing proper removals and stump grinding. And then we would be looking at replacing, not with baby trees. So we are looking at putting substantial trees back in their place. I mean, they wouldn't be what they have there exactly now, but it wouldn't be a little 4-foot tree either. So that is kind of what the grant is applying for.
Yeah,
So.
thanks for that. And I mean, I think we're all about beautification and trees and making things look great. And I just want one last comment on the campground too. I think we've also, because, it's delayed getting the trees in, but there's a whole new area that we need to tree there that's now, roped off and stuff. So maybe it's just all coming together at the right time that we can look at all these trees and get it done. So I certainly support that. And I actually heard about this at the FCM too. So glad to see it here at the table. And any last comments? I will call the vote then to provide a letter of support for the Growing Canada's Community Canopies, describing our commitment and financial support for the tree removal. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.7, no, 8.6. (2024) roadworks project update. Councilman McCoy?
I'm gonna compete.
You can catch up on
To approve the additional scope of work and allocate $199,500 for the road repair work as presented to be funded from MSI grant funding.
Any comments or questions?
No.
Councilor Baswick? Councilor Moore? Go ahead.
It's great to see this. I love the additional work. I just have a question. All right, I'm assuming this should be started as soon as possible because 18th Ave in August, that is a vote for the parade, so I don't want to interrupt the parade. So that's my question.
So I'm not laughing, I just thought of how you won't interrupt the parade, the construction. That's okay, I understood what you meant. Administration wants to respond to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll defer to Craig on that.
Thank you for the question. Can you remind me the dates of the parade? Is it third week of August?
It's
Yeah, so the contractor's planning to mobilize for second, third week of July, and they've got a 3-week schedule, so we should be ahead of the schedule of the parade.
And I'm interested always, the MSI, because I looked at the first quarter financial, and it looks like there's a lot of money from the MSI used because of other projects, so maybe Amanda, what availability of what is left in the MSI that helps us to use it for this?
Well, it really depends on what council decides how they fund the East Reservoir. So in the original funding model, we had almost 800,000 of MSI money to go towards the East Reservoir. Now that we have secured the AMWWP grant, I'm recommending that we don't use additional MSI money. So that's our consideration here, and we still need to use up the MSI money because it only has a 5-year life, and so that's why we put it, are recommending it go towards this project.
Because LGFF and MSI are on the same line here, in my, like in the first quarter report, so.
Yeah, we're gonna break that out for future reports.
Okay, that'll help, and I trust
I can
that.
just pull up, if you give me 1 second, I'll tell you exactly how much we need to use.
If we take out that 800, right?
Yeah. So we still have, for over 460,000 from 2021's allocation that we need to use. And then we have an additional 587 from 2022, that's interest and the allocation. And 611,000 from 2023. So we have like about 1.6 million in MSI money. And we've allocated a lot of it to the 21st Avenue Connector project, the Co-op Road resurfacing. And if we were to use the money here, we still have 280,000 available. And that's not even touching the LGFF yet.
Yeah, good, thanks for that answer.
No problem.
Yeah. Craig didn't have more roads that could cover that 280.
Yes, he did, actually, and I said, stop, I'm not asking for more projects.
I think council's always pleased to see these road projects come to the table and have as much as we complain that we don't have enough MSI and LGFF, we're glad that we have some to cover these. All right, so we have a motion to approve the additional scope of work and allocate $199,500. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have item 8.7, the Butte Repair Project Update. More?
I'll make the motion. I'm sure administration has weighed the options, and I'm thinking of retendering it in late summer will probably get us more bids and maybe better ones. So I move that administration postpone the Butte repair project and retender in late summer.
Comments? Councilor Moore? No comment, you made your comment? Councilor Williams? Councilor McCoy? Councilor Baswick?
Thank you, Mayor. I think after hearing what our engineer stated on the previous moment at the table, that it has to be done this way. It's great. I agree with this.
Okay, and I'm just gonna, I would hate to lose the only bid that we have. And I guess the other part of that is if we can't guarantee that we're gonna get bids, and I'd like to see that part of this is that it needs to be completed in in this year, and maybe Craig can answer to that, I believe our due diligence on this project needs to see us get it done this year. And with that, I guess my question is, are we at risk that maybe the current and only bid is maybe not gonna rebid? And can we get it done this year no matter what? I guess that would be my questions on leaving it to a retender. Ethan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll defer to Craig on that.
Thank you for your question. And I will admit that I've spent a lot of time thinking about what the best solution or recommendation to come to the table with on this one. And I'll just run through, the risk question is really good, because if we do postpone and tender in the fall, we do run the risk of our contractors in the local area being all scheduled up and not bidding at all. So there's a possibility we could go to tender again and not get any bids. There's a possibility that we'll find that our contractors are busy and we could get new tender values that are higher. And there is a possibility that we could retender and get more bids and a lower value. There's risks with the recommendation that I've made. The risk with going ahead is that we've got an intense market number. So the 257 that we have is we're in a busy time of year. Contractors have committed heavily. And so I think the price reflects their schedule ability. So a Project Triangle has got quality, time, and money. So if you want a high quality job and you want it done really quickly, you better come to the table with lots of money. And I think that's kind of what we got here. We want a high quality job. We've given them a lot of specs to meet. They don't have a lot of time, so they're asking for a lot of money. The only way to move that around is to give on something. I don't think we're willing to give on quality. The only thing we're willing to work with is probably time to see if we can save a little bit of money. So going with option one, where we would award it to the contractor for this value and instruct administration to find as many value engineering initiatives as we can, which might mean the schedule gets pushed into sort of starting an execution. We wanted it done quickly. So end of June or end of July, we could push the schedule off into the fall when they have more crews available. Might be less risky, even though it's still probably going to be more costly, but we'll still get a high quality project done. Again, I will admit that I struggled with the recommendation on this because the risks of doing nothing are real. The risks of retendering and getting a higher value is real. There's a possibility we might get a lower value. So the two reals are there. We should do something this year. And we have a contractor who's willing to do the work. So those are real. It's a matter of how much risk we're willing to take on as a group. So I don't think I answered your question in an easy way.
Well, item 2 seems reasonable too. Because if they do have more time, maybe they'll go up a little bit, but it won't go up to 300,000. So I just want to explore all the options that make sure it's done this year. And the 100,000 will get a lot fixed the high priority areas. So I ask council to consider that too. And I don't know if there's a question. If you like.
I agree. There's probably no question, and maybe I should just stop talking. But on the quality on the Project Triangle of quality, time, and schedule, number 2 is we're willing to sacrifice quality. So we're going to take not the time off the table. We're taking the quality aspect, and we're going to drop it down, and we're going to just patch this spot. We'll miss a bunch of stuff. We'll catch another spot. So we only have 3 variables to work with. And so these are the three options really from that triangle that come out is we don't have many things to sacrifice.
I'd like to suggest too that we don't convene again until August 27th. And then, or we would, well, I guess we're gonna retender, but then the tender, I guess we'd have to call a special meeting if we had new tenders in. So that's, but you're asking to retender in late summer. You haven't helped me at all, but we have, your answers were very good, don't get me wrong, but I still would just really need, I think we need to see it done this year, so that's my biggest concern. And if that means we're gonna take a chance to retender and count on the fact we'll get a bid. And you've probably talked to the current bid company to see if, you know, all the variables too that might deter them from re-bidding. So those are just my comments, and I would like to see it retendered in midsummer. Could we amend to that so that we have things at our table when we come back August 27th and know where we stand? Would you take a friendly amendment to midsummer? Would that be fair to our administrative team?
I want to know that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back out to market, so let everybody know what our decision is, and go back to market at any point in time we choose. It just comes down to, and yeah, we're in a funny spot with bids submitted for a project that's been tendered. I'm not really in conversations with the contractors right now because of the spot we're in. Kind of need to make a decision and then I can engage more. But yeah, it's council's decision whether we want to risk pushing it or whether we want to just commit and do it. But
Go ahead.
If we go with this now and talk about late summer, if you see an opportunity, would you still have the authority to go ahead and get some tenders if it looks like the timing might be right while we're on summer break?
I could go, well, like I say, we could retender pretty much any time because we have the approved capital budget allowance for the project. So I would feel comfortable with the permissions that I've got right now to retender again. We'd want to reach out to market, have some conversations with the bidders that we would be wanting to engage with this kind of work. Get a feel for them almost immediately, whether or not they see any value to doing it again, like doing a bid further in the fall. We work in a world of the weather affecting construction. We've had really good construction weather to date. Schedules might have eased up, but I don't know that. It could be that they've also taken on a bunch more work and they're busy till 2025. So it's hard to know because of where we're at. I mean, we can go back to market tomorrow. We might get the same numbers back. That's the other side.
I would just hate to lose the only company, so I'm torn on this too. Because I think it needs to be done this year. And any final comments or questions? Are we gonna amend the motion just to, could we have any new tenders back for August 27th meeting? That gives an open door kind of to when they would go out. Or
I would agree to leaving some flexibility in case it doesn't seem to be the right time. So it is, I'm sorry, late summer to me is August, so I don't know that it needs restating.
why don't we,
September's fall.
but why don't we retender at administration's discretion?
I like that. Okay, yes, I would agree that. So I would add that, late summer or at administration's discretion.
Okay. It's just funny that we have 280K sitting in MSI, but that's, you know. That we could go with that one motion, but if that's a friendly amendment you'll take, then I'd be satisfied with that. And I know Craig or our administrative team will work hard to make sure the project can be done. Councilor Williams?
Thank you. After reviewing it and listening to Craig speak, I'm going to vote against the motion. I'd rather just award the contract.
I agree. I think that's what I've been arguing all along, or debating, but we have the motion at administration's discretion or late summer. And I'm of the mindset to award it to secure this being done this year. So I will call the vote. You didn't change it up there yet? But that's okay if you didn't. The only thing we're adding to that is late summer or at administration's discretion. Okay. I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So do you want to make another motion then? We'd have to see where it's coming from too.
That council approved award the contract to Olds Concrete for the amount of $283,717.50 to be funded from the MSI.
Thank you for the question.
We have 100, so it's 183.
Yeah. I'll have Amanda answer on our behalf.
Okay.
It's not. I wasn't really prepared for this. But I wouldn't be, so just to clarify, the number I gave you previously with the 280 left in grants, that did include 1 year's portion of LGFF.
We asked for funding to come back.
Well, what I would do is fund this from operations basically. And if you have a deficit at the end of the year in the water department, then to figure out that at the time. So you can either at the time pull money from water reserves, which will have, depending on what you decide on how to fund that East Reservoir, you do have more money accessible in reserves because of the grant, the WWP grant, which is good. But alternatively, if there's a deficit in the water department, then you can fund it from next year's budget as well, and you would basically increase fees next year to cover your deficit from this year. So those are the options. That would be my recommendation.
So to be funded from operations at this point. And I think it's clear that we need the amount of $183,717.50 to be funded, because we already have 100. Go ahead, if.
I'm really sorry. I don't normally jump in around this time, but I do have an engineering proposal for services on this project that isn't included in the 283. So I would like time to dig that up and give it to Amanda because it'll be more than the 283. I think it's 22,000 worth of engineering on it. So yeah, again, I wasn't prepared. I was like, Amanda, I'm not really fully prepared for the approval. So you're catching me flat-footed, but.
You can say to a maximum of. We're not gonna be here till August. Any other funding opportunities, so. Well, 210, to a maximum of 210. That's 100. We don't have to identify that we already have 100 in this motion. Because of the previous motion, right?
26,838. Give me 315, that would work.
215.
So 215.
Okay. You want to say that again?
I move to let the contractor Olds Concrete for $283,717,50 with funds to a maximum of $215,200 from operations.
From what, the water.
From Water Department operations? We don't have to mention I think we should mention the other costs in there.
Well, it might be two different motions, because you're awarding the contract
Yes.
and then you're approving the budget. For the project.
Okay, so we can. Okay, so I'll call the vote on this motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then another motion to what, we're funding for operations, the additional cost of the reservoir exterior work.
You could have a motion to approve the view maintenance. Because you do have one on the books to approve it for 100. You might want to amend that motion to approve it for 315. With the 100 that's already approved and the 215 final investment.
To amend motion number. I'll find that motion number.
It's 09124. Which approved 100 for Butte Sandpit repairs to amend. Which was funded from R&M. It's the same like funding basically, but you might result in a deficit in the department.
To amend resolution 091-24 to approve project or to allocate $215,000 from R&M and Water Department. That should do it. Councilor Bassett?
Thank you, Mayor.
Or you're not allocating, sorry. Lady thought.
What would you like to say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think what concerns me is what was mentioned was you're gonna take this from the water reserve fund, and then we're gonna raise rates in the water in order to replace the reserve
No, that,
down the road. That's what I got out of the conversation.
it's an option, but council will discuss that.
Yeah, I don't wanna do that, so that's why I'm against this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amend resolution 091-24 to fund $215,000 from R&M Water Department budget for the Butte repair. Exterior repair project.
Well, we're not, no, because we're not really funding it from that budget line, because that budget line only has a finite number. you're
From
approving.
operations, from the operational water department budget.
And should a deficit, we might wanna add, if there's a deficit at the end of the year, that it comes back for council.
Review and recommendation. Review and. Good, Amanda?
Looking at this
Oh, you're so good at this meeting. You're ready here by now.
I was supposed to.
we don't really want to. We're just amending the product. I don't think you wanna amend this motion, Mayor. All it did was approve 100 for the butte, like maybe the motion is just to approve an additional 215.
To approve an additional 115. 250, yes.
For the butte standpipe repairs. Yeah.
Okay. Are you making that again?
I move to approve additional 215,000 for the butte sandpipe repairs for Operation RM or compensating. And that if there's a deficit at the end of the year, that it come back to council for review and recommendation.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councilor?
Triple the budget that seemed to be appropriate at the time is somebody making a killing off this. I cannot support a tripled budget for something just because we only got one bid.
All right. I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? What did you vote? In favor? Okay. Okay. We have, item 8.8, Federal Club Capital Project feasibility update. Councilor Butler?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Flagler Club accessibility projects, including porch lift, washroom, and floor leveling, as outlined in the draft 2025 capital budget.
Okay. Any comments on that, Councilor Bowser?
No, I accept this.
Okay, Councilor McQuaid?
Just for clarity, does this belong at MPC?
Okay. Ethan?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question. No, it's, sorry. It's belong at SPs.
No, MPC, municipal planning.
based on land use bylaw requirements for development. It's not for budget planning or project planning. So even though they have that name, so this, they wouldn't have any involvement in this type of project.
Councilor Williams? Councilor Moore? Great, I'll call the vote then, all in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.9, East Reservoir funding loans. Can I just ask a question for a motion? We dealt with this at council the last time about sending it to the committee. And is there a, like, do we need an answer before September? So that's, okay, that,
No, if, or.
That's fine,
Prefer
yeah.
that it went to the committee of the whole. That'd be fine, or I don't know. Sure, Ethan, I'll let Ethan speak. Okay. Ethan.
Anybody gonna speak?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, thank you for the question. That's what the
Well, I
question.
asked if we need to select a funding model, like we did at the table last time, and at this table, and it sounds like Amanda has a preferred scenario, which is one. But if we need to send it to committee, do we need it back sooner than September, I guess?
No.
So that's fine. Even with the boring bylaw and all that, we're gonna need all the timelines.
Yes.
So, okay, does someone want to make this motion? Councilor Bowser?
I move to refer the East Reservoir project funding to the Financial Planning Committee for review and recommendation.
Okay, comments? Councilor McCoy? No. Councilor Williams? Councilor Moore? I just want the committee to know every option. Committee guy.
Me too.
Oh, financial planning. I'm looking at the financial planning committee. Okay, I will call the vote that we send that to FPC. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.9, the athletic scholarship. And I agree. Well, it is, crossed out 8.4. Did I say 8.9? Oh, it is, yeah, I had that. Okay, so we have the East Reservoir. Sorry, not East, the scholarship right here. Somebody, nobody's dealt with this, so the ask is $2,000. And are there any, would anybody like to make the motion for the ask of $2,000, or would anybody like to make another motion? So 2,000 would deplete the fund, I believe. And Councilor Bowser?
Thank you, Mayor. From my point of view, I would rather take half of it, another 1,000 of this and give it to a high school recipient like we did tonight, which is more value down the road, in my humble opinion, than to a softball organization. So for me, I would cut it in half, take that 1,000, add it to the scholarship fund, and give this group
comments? It's the moment, I guess we have to decide on for the motions made.
I would want to give the whole 2,000 to them because this is a grant and you gotta apply for it. And they asked for 2,000, we have 2,000 in, and if we wanna change the policy, then we have to change the policy, that's a good motion, so. I will make the motion to, so, since there is a motion on the table, I will ask for a friendly amendment to. Oh, that's a motion, all right, then I'll move to, that council approval financial assistance for athletics excellence contribution of $2,000 for the Didsbury softball U15D team story to provincial in Vermillion from July 4th to 7th, 2024.
Okay, Council McCoy, comments? Council Moore?
This has nothing to do with scholarship anymore, I'm just tired of it, I'm glad to have it all gone, so I would support it.
But wish them well in the meantime. Wish you luck in the meantime. Okay, we have a motion for $2,000, all supported, and wish them good luck. All vote, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we need to rescind the policy because all the funds would be gone. Do you want to make that, Councilor? No. Okay. Councilor Wilkins?
I'll make that motion because not make that motion because I think the policy is still with them.
Okay. We can deal with it another time when we have time to think about it. Okay. So that's that for that item, and then we can, go into council reports. Correct, on correspondence and. Council reports. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's wrong. It doesn't say that anymore. Item 9, correspondence and information. Who would like to make that motion? It's kind of with only 4 people making motions, there's a lot of motions. You want to make that, Councilor McCoy? Okay, people right
To accept the correspondence provided as information.
Comments on it? Councilor McCoy, Councilor Bassett, Councilor Moore, Councilor Williams. I'll call the vote then to accept correspondence and information. All in favor? That's carried. Now we can have council meeting time and reports. So there are reports in here. And I'll start with Councilor Williams.
Highlights or reports?
Well, I think we're gonna defer highlights.
Okay.
Because we're gonna be expeditious tonight. So just your report.
So I had a policy governance meeting on the 12th, and all that stuff was already dealt with, and then municipal planning commission meeting as well on the 12th, and that was it. The CEO report. This week I am attending the ABE Summer Leaders Caucus, then on the 28th I am attending the Cape and Angelo meeting. So yeah, looking forward to both those events. And my reports were followed August 27th.
The reports for the committees are in the reports in the docket. If anybody has any questions on them, I also have a report from Mount Houston Housing there. And I'm attending the municipal leaders caucus on June 27th. And of course, the workshop and MVP next week.
Thank you. Councilor Goswick.
I have nothing to report.
Councilor
that it dealt with finance planning committee. I think that's it. For this time, oh, sorry. Counselor. Yeah, that's it.
Well, Mid-Sized Town Mayor's Caucus has secured a meeting with the Premier, Mr. McIver, and our meeting with Premier Smith in July is to introduce ourselves and the work we are doing to address matters that directly impact mid-sized towns in rural Alberta. This meeting will give the Executive Committee an opportunity to emphasize the importance of investing in infrastructure to support the growth and development of our communities. We will be highlighting the need to work together for additional funding to address our aging infrastructure and to find solutions that benefit rural communities like us. So that's, and we have a Mid-Sized Town Mayor's meeting on July 2nd. But I had the best interview ever, not that all of them aren't good, but Daybreak Alberta contacted me and I had a lot of fun downtown Disbury, talking about Disbury for half an hour. And it was running around town showing the highlights from, the sheriff caught me in the middle of the street and I had to get off it by the post office to show a view of the water tower and the beauty of that street. He glared me down. But it aired on Sunday morning at 8. It was a great interview, had a lot of fun with that. So thanks to Lisa for setting that up. Nicole also got the information, so we got it done, and I think Lisa's going to get the clip. So people listen to all the clips from all the mayors. We're doing a feature on mayors, a walk downtown with mayors. So it was pretty impressed. Had a lot of fun. And that's council reports for now. I'll have a motion to accept council reports as information. Councilor McCoy.
To accept the council reports as information.
All right, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And highlights, we'll certainly give to our experts over to our left. And are there any questions for the gallery? I see Kathleen. Yes. Come up to the speaker's table.
Not too soon. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for letting me enjoy 2.5 hours of your time this evening, because all I really wanted to address was the CAO's report, as there is an error in it. But I do appreciate the fact that you actually cared enough about the Arts Society and the Alberta Culture Days to have done the research. The problem is that Alberta Culture Days website's wrong. So I just wanted to let you know that the Mountain View Arts Festival did actually, we are a host celebration site for Alberta Culture Days, but the events are all happening downtown. So your report says that it's happening at the Memorial Complex, and that's not right. We have activities at the Elks Hall, the train station, the library, and the museum. And then whatever street we decide we want to block off, I'm sure will come to you, but we haven't decided. Anyway, I do want to make sure that if you're talking about it to your little friends, that you make sure that they know that the Mountain View Arts Festival, I didn't mean little friends, sorry. The Mountain View Arts Festival is happening in downtown Disbury, where all the fun always happens. Thank you. Well, okay, I would have emailed all of you, except that I didn't look at the agenda till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So I didn't realize that I thought I had to sit through the whole meeting. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Come back anytime to these. We had a couple meetings that were very efficient, but this was a big agenda. So with that, thank you for being here, and I'll call for a motion to go closed at 8:41. Councillor Baswick, all All in favor? That's carried. And a 2-minute break as usual. 9:57, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Oh, ready to go? Okay, so we have item 12.1. Do you have all these wrote down, Jocelyn? So what is the motion on 12.1? But to accept the Disbury 5-0 Club partnership discussion as information. Who's going to make that? Councillor McCoy? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have item 12.2, the 2134 22nd Street land appraisal be accepted as information. Councillor Williams, you making that? Who's making that? Yeah, you've got 20. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have all of the motions about the ICC. If you say them, I'll repeat them. Okay, but I didn't memorize it, so can you sit here beside me with your computer?
Actually, you wanna just come?
Sit at a mic?
Bring your, or is that, if I bring a mic, I might be able to bring a mic to you.
I don't know. No. I just don't know that they can capture that on YouTube.
You can just read it, you wouldn't hurt, because I can catch your voice on the.
You can catch my voice.
Catch your voice, she just won't speak up.
Oh, yeah. My bell.
She refuses.
Okay, to accept the International Cooperation Committee update on, as information, direct administration to move forward with the draft proposed joint project exploration funding model as discussed.
Who's making that? Joyce? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then we have the second one about the press release.
To approve a collaborative press release on the joint project exploration following the July 10th, 2024 meeting.
Councilor Moore, you making that?
No.
Councilor Williams? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then, did we have a third one?
No.
Okay. So then, to accept the service level update follow-up discussion as information. Councilor McCoy? The service level update discussion, or follow-up update is information. I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And so Councilor Williams, you have the next three.
I have the next three, okay. We'll start with the letter first, that council recommends, thank you, that council recommends the letter from the Special Purpose Committee to be delivered as discussed.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
The Special Purpose Committee recommends council revisit the final draft workshop summary.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
The Special Purpose Committee further recommends that the following actions be undertaken after council returns from summer break. That council revisit and review the document the reference document focusing on expected actions and outcomes to ensure feasibility and clarity of timelines, and that non-essential comments and waiting to be removed from the document prior to the scheduled meeting between council and the CAO.
I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then to defer the other 3 items to August 27th, council meeting. Item 12.6, 12.7, and 12.9. We'll have to get the correct ones. I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn at 10:03 p.m. Councilor McCoy, all in favor? That's carried. So I guess the